Mic check. Mic check. Mic is finally checked. Goodness, that was interesting. Hello, and welcome to another One Line of Code. I am One Lion. Welcome in. I hope you're having a fantastic day. So far, it is Wednesday. It is hump day. It is the middle of the week for a lot of us. Halfway through the work week. I hope it's not going too fast for you if you don't want it to go fast, and I hope it's not going too slow for you. Hello, McNets. Welcome in. I was having some issues with Crisp. It was being very weird. It was acting like I wasn't signed in, and then it was not even recognizing my microphone, and I was trying to get Crisp to, whatever. Anyway, it's working now. So let me just double check if it was this computer causing it. No, I don't even have Crisp running on that computer, so no, that was not the issue. I need to jump over to this screen real quick so I can refresh the browser, and we'll just head straight to the desktop. So, welcome in. If you don't know me, I am One Lion. I have been working on client projects since the day I was born. No. On stream for a while now, since I came back to working with the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, supporting their apps, and we have been working on this data import utility. I use Blazor, I use .NET in general for accomplishing this, and we'll do things like upgrading apps from anywhere from .NET Framework, MVC applications, to .NET Core applications that are in earlier versions and upgrading them to modern versions, and also revamping our login system. So I currently maintain quite a few applications, 7, 8, 9, 20. I don't know how many there are. There's a bunch. And a lot of them use the same credentials to log in, and I have roles assigned in order to indicate whether or not a user has access to a given application. So what I'm really wanting to do shortly, hopefully in the near future, is to get single sign-on working so that if they sign in one application, they can just go to the URL for another application, and if they're already signed in and have access to it, then they will be signed in for that application as well. And hello, 8-bits. Welcome back after 2 weeks. Where were ya? Forgive me for not remembering if you have already told us. Today I am having a cup of tea because I am frozen to the core, which I love the cold and all, but I'm just frozen. Super good tea. It's pine needle tea. Okay, so what I'm doing right now is deciding, well, I already decided, but I was deciding where my next work effort would be in the lab data import utility. And right now it's going to be this easy to reach one that is to add the output field name to the transformation configuration dialog. So we're going to go through the process of creating a new branch, making the change, and doing the PR. All right, and 8-bits responded saying, I had a client ask for a big thing in a short time, but got it done. Worked on an ocean simulation tool for game dev projects. Yeah, I did see you post about that. Saw the video even. It was really cool to see. Not 100% sure what I was looking at because I'm not in that space. Is that the word I'm looking for? So it's not as easy for me to fully understand all of the mechanisms behind it, but it did look really cool. It's visually appealing. Oh, what's going on with you? Oh, I know what's going on. Welcome back. Okay. So we're going to create a branch, but first of all, I need to get latest because I'm sure I did I did so many changes through yesterday. I did so many changes yesterday and did a lot of updates. And I don't think that I've been syncing the local repositories on this computer. in the middle of doing those changes. Don't mind me. Just suddenly have hiccups. All right. That is interesting. I don't know if we pointed this out to Thindle. Oh, that is very interesting. So if we have the, I forget what this is called. It's an option in here, something to do with show scope. Oh, no, general. Group the current scopes within a scrollable region. So if we have this turned on, then we would see the text of something that should be hidden by nodocs. That's very interesting. Should let them know. Huh. Okay, well, we learned a thing. Still not very safe. Even if you're using nodocs, it's still not very safe to open your secrets on a screen that you are sharing with people that you don't want to see your secrets. I mean, it'll still help with some protection against accidental showing, but yeah, still should default to don't open your secrets on a screen that's being shared. Oh wow, I am at latest main. Interesting. Does that mean that you are also being kept up to date with latest main? No, but you are now. So this branch we've had open for a while. This is one where we're trying to add the conditional value transformations. It's a specific rule to use when transforming a value, when copying it over from a source file to your output type. Oh, my shoulder. Oh. Oh, okay. Whew. So that's not the branch we're working in. We are working in a different branch. And so what I'm doing is I'm keeping that up to date with latest main so that I can constantly check for any conflicts. There shouldn't be any conflicts going forward because I haven't done any additional work on that branch. But just in case I do, I still want to be in the practice of merging main into that branch as I make changes that get pushed to main. Okay. That said, let's see if we can, not let's see if we can, let's create a branch for task number 551, 551 Berto. Or add file name, no, add field name, add target field name to value and big. Yeah, that's right. That's my branch name. Don't at me. Actually, you can at me. I don't mind. Actually, I do mind. Mumble, mumble. Oh, man. Tea is too hot for me to drink. I keep picking it up because it smells so good and it smells like it's steeped and ready. It's not ready to drink yet. It's way too hot. And Yeti mugs, they tend to keep the drink rather warm. Okay, I'm gonna close all things, unless it happens to be open, which it is. Where do you? Value transformation rule details? Maybe, I don't know. I don't think we'll need it. Okay, I'm gonna close all the things except for the things that I just pinned. And last time I tried to close all but pinned, it didn't give me the option to close all but pinned, so I just clicked close all thinking it would close that group only, and it closed all of my documents, and I had to go find the files anyway. Grumble cakes. So this is not the place that I want to be. This is not the place that I want to be. What? Are you sure? I'm sure. Oh man. So none of these were the actual component for the window that I'm looking for. I'm looking for field transformation configuration window. What? Okay, so this is a place where I'm planning on putting the field that we are configuring the output for. I'm picking up my drink again. Still too hot. Good at this game. Let's play it different. Field transformation is the thing that should tell us which target field we're going after. And I need to come up with a... You'll notice that I'm not using localization, by the way, for any of my output strings. If this was an international app or an open source project, for example, I would definitely use localization strings, but I know that all of the users of this app are English-speaking users. So I'm just putting the stuff directly in as just hard-coded strings. But what would I use for this? I would put, so like one thing that I would want to put is configure value output for field.field, no, not field.field name. Field transformation, wait, what is field? That's a thing. Field is a thing. Oh, and you're nullable? Interesting. So what I'll do is make an interpolated string that says if our field, and actually I don't need to put it in an interpolated string here yet. If our field.field name, if not string is null or white space, this, then do a string interpolation of for field.field name. Otherwise, null. Oops. Goes pattern, and we're good. So is this really what I want to do? Let's see what it looks like. I had something else in my head, but I can't access it right now. It's because I saw the configure value output. Oh, I know what it is. And I'll be able to show that to you. Okay, so I'm going to pick a random file, the same file that we've been working with this whole time, which apparently is not open. RMA, projects, new lab data, which I'm going to rename this folder eventually to just lab data, and sample files. Okay, so the window that I am talking about is when you click on the edit here, I would like it to show us which field we're configuring it for, since that dialog takes over the entire UI for this section. And so now we'll see configure value output for lab data sample ID. That's not what I want. That's the incoming field. And the reason that I don't care about putting the incoming field there is because we have it here. I want to put the field mapper field transformation field. Is it just that it really isn't the field transformation that has the field name? It's field mapping. Goodness. Goodness, child. So field mapping dot field name, except that field mapping is not nullable. Field name is non-nullable, so we can just always output this, which is what I thought. I was like, why would this be nullable? That's required. So we can just do it the way that we were trying to do earlier. And I know I'm talking a lot, not really engaging as much. I hope it's just because I hope that you are just chilling, having a good time, hanging out. There is no requirement for anyone to chat, but just know that you are welcome to. And there we go. That's what I wanted. Figure value output for, and then the field that we are going to for this destination field. And then the field that we are transforming will be listed here, and then the output value we get is here. The thing that I just remembered is that I would like to be able to give some indications of, like, if you're using a combined fields rule, there's a few improvements that I want to make to this. So first of all, the user needs to know the syntax that this app is using everywhere for string interpolation, which is we're using these $ curly brace index number placeholders for the value that gets produced to be replaced, for them to be replaced by the value that gets produced for each row. It would be nice if in this field, as they're typing it in, they see the what the output would look like, in a similar way that if you're doing a string interpolation here, you get to see what the output looks like immediately. So I would like for them essentially to get this table as the I don't know, the popover, the pop-up. Almost like a type ahead, except that it's more just giving us the sample values in a display. So what I think I'm going to do is have a HTML element that will display when this gets the focus. In that way, as they're typing, we see the values update. The other thing that would be nice is to have, oh man, I need to write all this down so that I can make the work item. So combined fields rule, show preview pop-up as element under the rule detail, similar to how text or how autocomplete would look. Hello, Clayman. Oh my gosh, thank you so very much for taking all that time that you did yesterday. I was able to go to your VOD, capture the portions where you were describing it, and now I have it for posterity. If you want me to delete it though, if you don't want me to keep a recording of your VOD, specifically the portion where you were talking about the synthwave scene, I will delete it. I will respect you that way. But man, it was so helpful. I kind of want to open the project so you can see what it looks like now. Yeah, it was really, really understandable. Thank you for doing it that way. So if you happen to look up after I get the project open, I really wanted to have Unity open by the time I started the stream, but I forgot because I was in the middle of doing work. But I did apply it yesterday evening, which would have been early this morning for you, like super early this morning for you. Actually, no, it would have been around 8:30 for you by the time I was finally able to start trying it. I think you were still streaming too. You were going forever. And great stream this morning too. Saw you were back on Epic Hero Game. Shout out to Clayman. Dev. If you don't know Clayman Dev, he is a very talented game developer, does some really fun and wonderful things with Unity. Definitely check out Epic Hero Game on Steam. Oh, come on. Oh, come on. There we go. Check out Epic Hero Game on Steam. Wishlist it. Just get hype for it. He's doing some amazing stuff. But he was also working on. Oh man, I don't have the link for that. Do you have the link for the stream game? Welcome in, Bit Gamey. Hello. Unity sounds familiar. Did it used to run on your computer? There it is. Chat Ragdoll Racing. This is gonna be so much fun. So it's a game that you can add to your bot that you can play on your stream. Oh man, look at this insanity. So you start this race, people type join. They have ragdoll physics, and he's currently playing with the camera, different ways to do the camera follow. And yeah, just check it out. Check it out. Not really here. I'm fitting a solar panel to my doorbell. Awesome. Well, thank you for lurking. Thank you for just starting the stream on your computer, which seems to be having some issues currently. I'm sorry. Okay, are you open, Unity? It's opening now. But yeah, check it out. Watch his streams. Enjoy yourselves there. It's a great time. Hi, fitting a solar panel. I'm Bardecki. Okay, this is where I got to using. No, it's not. No, it's not, because I was doing it on the other computer. Hold on. GitHub desktop. This is where I was before Clay helped. Fetch. Cool. And so it's pretty much just a static scene. No animations or anything. I do have the texture on the ground set up so that you can, with the shader set up so that you can animate it. But he gave me this really simple script that does an infinite scroll type of game. And so the only modifications that I made to the script that he gave were to synchronize the shaders Y offset to the speed that you provide. And then I updated the way that I would define the variables and stuff. So a few things that you can do while you are running the scene. Aura. Oh, and I didn't know where to put the script, so I just put it on the camera stack. Is that an okay place for it? But yeah, you can see where it's just, whoops. Where it's just respawning, like despawning and respawning. Well, I guess it's just moving. It's not even despawning. It's moving the mountain prefab from the back once it passes by the camera all the way to the end up here. And then it just keeps going, and it was perfect. And so you can see the ground also animating the texture on it. And so I made it so that that synchronizes with the speed of the mountain movement. So we can go as slow or as fast as we want. And so what you can imagine happening is we have a car asset of some sort that sits here and is just driving along, and then a user does a redemption that says transform into a boat, and then it does a boat transformation, and then we kind of have a water effect where the boat is kind of moving up and down as it's going along with the water trail behind it. And they do plane, and then it kind of grows wings, and then the camera kind of moves up a little bit and tilts forward, and they're flying around. So I thought that'd be a very, it's ambitious because I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm I'm following as many tutorials as I can to learn, and obviously getting help from amazing people like Clay. So yeah, it was so very easy to do. So yeah, thank you for that. Oh, and then the other things I guess that I added was because the prefab that I created for the mountain 0 was at the back left or something, so we kind of have to offset the X position, so I made it so that we can do that from the script directly. This might also make it easier to be able to do like the feeling that you're turning corners and stuff. And then of course there's, I put the Y offset there just because. Increase the number of chunks and all of that. So yay. So thank you so very much, Clay. I cannot thank you enough for helping me get through that part so easily and with so much detail. Yeah, so it doesn't really matter. And since I'm not destroying the camera stack ever, even if we change scenes, it'll be the same camera stack. Most likely. I don't know. I really don't know how that works. But point is that it shouldn't ever disappear. So yeah, so here is the simple script that he showed me, which is awesome. You get the mountain prefab that you're going to spawn, and we're exposing it using public, exposing it to the scripts component. Hello, is there a book or resource you recommend to beginners to .NET? I'm moving from Rust. Absolutely. So hello, Farkas. There are quite a few resources. I'm not a book type of person just because of how often technology changes. It doesn't really make sense to me to get books on topics. There are some things that are pretty universal and don't really change, like concepts behind object-oriented programming, clean architecture, etc. But when it comes to learning the actual language itself, I don't know of any books. So there are some guided learn courses if you go to learn.microsoft.com. Yeah, I mean, these are the docs, but they also have guided courses. So, and they're free, by the way. So look for .NET, for example, and maybe, oh geez, not Orleans. Wow, that's interesting. That is a very interesting grouping for .NET. Blazor would be a really good one to start off with, in my opinion. I'm a big Blazor fan. You may hear negative things about it, which are completely valid, especially coming from a different framework or application stack. Those are don't ignore what other people say just because I really like to use Blazor myself. I will talk highly of it, but I will also talk soberly of it. There are a lot of things that are just why and really hard to get around. There are so many entities to .NET, it's baffling. You are so right. So build your first web app with Blazor. This might be a good get your feet wet, just give it a try. If you aren't used to .NET at all, or language that looks like Java and C++ or C# or even JavaScript, then I strongly recommend taking a C# introductory course. One of them that just gives you all of the information up front is called C# Fundamentals. And it's by Microsoft, put it out 3 years ago, but it's an 8-hour video that goes through all of the topics of object-oriented programming, of creating variables, scopes, all of it. So this is a pretty good course for just getting all of the information about C#, the C# language. With Rust, you just had the language and a compiler. Yeah. So to get started, number one is download Visual Studio Community. And then, or I mean, you can also do .NET development with VS Code, and you can do it with Writer. So choose your IDE of choice, your preference. Visual Studio and Writer will be the better ones for doing web applications, in my opinion, because they come with built-in tooling that is already set up for that. With Visual Studio Code, you'll need to know which extensions to add. And if you don't know the language itself or the way that the applications are structured, then it's going to be a little difficult to know what you need in order to get up and running, unless you find a good tutorial. Oh, good question. Man, I love these questions. So by the way, is a solution something that contains different projects? Exactly. So you don't have to have a solution in order to do .NET programming. You could just have a CS proj file, and the CS proj files, what those look like are pretty much XML-like files that describe what package references do you have from external sources. So like the entire manifest that I think it's called manifest, the package manifest that you would have in a React app or anything that uses NPM modules. I will say yes. I'm not familiar with .toml files, but yes, I will say that. Yes to that. I'm also configuring this project in particular. Like a lot of this stuff you can ignore because you won't need unless you're creating a library that you plan on distributing. But all of this stuff is just to set up what are called NuGet packages, and NuGet packages is essentially like an NPM repository where you go find someone else's code, pull it into your project, and you're able to use the library they already created. This also has the information about, are there any other projects that it depends on in order to build? So you can split your code up into like, here's all of my core logic, here is all of my UI, and tell them to depend on each other. If you're using other tools like TypeScript and you want to compile the TypeScript to JavaScript, you can configure that here too if you want, or you can use a tsconfig if you're used to using tsconfig. What else can we say about that? Oh, so that is an individual project, but you'll notice that this entire library has multiple projects, and those projects are defined by this solution. And so the solution itself is also just a text file that we can inspect. Are you going to let us, or are you going to open the solution? It's not going to open it in Visual Studio. Okay, we'll open with Notepad. Or Notepad++, whatever, who cares? Who cares anyway, nah? So again, it's just a text file, and it defines what projects are in the solution, how they're grouped together as solution folders. So the folders that you see here aren't necessarily the way it's structured on disk. And in fact, it's not the way it's structured on disk. On disk, it's just a flat folder system for me, essentially, where all of my projects are in that root folder. But in the solution itself, you can organize it however you want. And you can see, like, for example, this core library solution folder is defined right here. And it has an ID. I think this is the ID. And so anything that is also being nested under this ID is going to be the thing that shows, or that's going to be where it shows up when you open the solution file. So if you were importing a library, you would be downloading a solution. Actually, no. If you were importing a library, you would be downloading the compiled DLLs. So here's an example of that. I'm glad you asked. So let's go to that same folder. Since I am exporting, or not exporting, but compiling this to a NuGet package, are you actually generating out here now? Seeing your NuGet packages? No. Okay. So we should be able to find it in bin. So a NuGet package is essentially a folder or a zip file that has all of the DLLs, the compiled DLLs. So if I opened it as an archive, we can see that what we get is the library, and here is the DLL it needs, and this is just the documentation so that when you're typing, when you're using this library in code, you get some XML documentation. And a DLL, well, not just CS, but yes, exactly. A CS file gets compiled to a DLL. But the DLL could be for more than one CS file. It could be for an entire project, or it usually is for an entire project. So I guess it would be more accurate to say a DLL is a compiled CS proj and all of its files. But not all of the static assets are included in that DLL, so can't really say that directly either. I love your questions. So directed, so concise too. Thank you so much for them. Oh yes, oh yes. Do have a lot to learn. I think it'll go easy for you. You are thinking in the right way. You're asking really good questions, and yeah, don't mind at all. We also have the Discord that Stream Elements just shouted out. We are very newbie friendly, so if you do have questions, feel free to ask there. I will say that this is my, I am streaming during my day job, so I won't spend as much time on responding to like in-depth questions. These questions were pretty surface level. They were really straightforward, good questions, so I responded to them. But I will be focused primarily on getting my work done. However, on Fridays, we have this thing called Community Day, where we spend 2 hours just talking with the community. No work stuff. I mean, I do an open source project on those days, but usually we just end up chatting and I get no work done on the open source project. But you're welcome to join those. It starts in about 20 minutes from now on Fridays. So that I really need to have a command that just talks about Community Day and not the one that says, hey, it's Community Day. Awesome. Well, thank you so much for hanging out, for being here. See you whenever you are back around. Oh. The thing I don't like about these tea bags is the string for them is very short. So they probably are just trying to encourage you to not leave the tea bag in the water while you're drinking the tea. But yeah, the tags fall in. Eggs. Okay, we're gonna create a branch for this change that we are about to make, and we're going to make the wait. I already did all this stuff. Right, because I was talking about what would be nice to do if we, or for the combined fields rule. So one thing was show the preview pop up as an HTML element under the rule detail, similar to how autocomplete would look. And also next to the fields in the field mapper editor, put the index number so that the user would know. This is what I mean by this. Oh man, I forgot to recommend one more thing, which is the free code camp. And I know that DukaSoftBot has a command for it. I just don't remember what it is. Fundamentals. Anyway, free code camp has a fundamentals in C# certification that you can get. Foundational C#. Free code camp foundation C#. So this would be another place to practice your skills that you learned from the C# video. So many resources on the interwebs. I wonder if I could pass it with no video. Yes. I have done it. Or Harvard CS50. Is that one on Coursera? Nice. Thank you for that. Oh, it's also on Free Code Camp. I didn't know. I didn't know. That's awesome. So Harvard also put a course out on Free Code Camp. Very cool. I mean, is it specific to C# though? Because that sounds like it would just be about computer science topics. Oops. Yeah, sounds like computer science specific. Yeah, okay. So the person was specifically asking for learning.net. Only been doing .NET since it was beta, or C# since it was beta. It really was. Well, they do the thing where they ask trick questions, but they're not hard to see. You would definitely pass. But if you know CS, the .NET Spring Boot. .NET Spring Boot. I'm sorry, which timeline are you in? I don't believe. I mean, I could be wrong. I have no idea what Spring Boot itself is. I thought it was a technology specific to Java. You remember when they renamed system.capital I lowercase o to system.capital I capital O. So I have a question on that. I've been struggling with this because we use acronyms everywhere. The chain of custody app, RTrack, HasTrack, all of these. So if I have an acronym RMA, or actually no, in this project specifically, the RTrack model, RTrack upload model. Oh, we can close this. If it's more than 2, you use Pascal. Simple. Simple. Thank you. Very easy rule. So you knew what I was getting at and you answered. Good. Good. Thank you so much. Okay. I also have an email that I need to... Oh, yeah. Whoops. I need to do something for this work email really, really quick. But yeah, you were definitely telling me what I needed to know. So this RTrack Context Factory, RTrack is an acronym, which is actually not an acronym. It's one of those government acronyms that's not really an acronym. This is R for records. This is track for tracking. And yeah, exactly. So dot capital N lowercase et and not dot capital N capital E capital T. Except that we do call it .net with capital all caps. Oh. Okay, so trying to do too many things at the same time. But the thing that I wanted to show real quick was the thought that I had on what else could improve the user experience for something like the rule detail. I would put the $ curly brace index number next to the field for this combined fields rule so that they know what field will be output to that location. I guess what could work is for them to type in $ and then as soon as they type the $, they get a picker where they choose which one of these fields, and then we use the field name instead, but in the actual rule, we will have it go to the index. writing that down. No, this isn't scope creep. This is feature planning. Why do you ask? Hush, stop it. I hear you. I hear you. Erase whatever you're typing. It is not scope creep. Stop it. Stop. Okay, so one thing I need to do is potentially have the syntax show up like IntelliSense does, where if they type $, then a list of fields that are, or values, or value parts. Yeah, that'd be really hard to come up with what to do in this case. So let's say that blank go back to lab sample ID. Let's say that they used a regular expression, extracted all numeric sequences. So if they then did an interpolate rule and they pushed the $, what I'm really wanting is for the to have a pop-up like this, like Visual Studio does when you start typing anything, where they would be able to pick the index of the value that they want to output by typing the $, and then it would put the placeholder of the specific index. But then out here in the combined fields rule, when they push the $, they get the name of the field that is specified in here. Yes, oh my gosh, that is still bugging me. They need to choose one or the other. They're both correct, but they need to choose one. Exactly, Tyron knows. Oh my gosh. I'm with you on that one. The struggle is real. But like there's no way that they could do it now because of like everyone uses cancellation token or task canceled exception, which are the two different spellings. But or operation cancel. I think task canceled and operation canceled both have the two different spellings as well. So task canceled has one L and operation cancel has one L. Okay, so not that one, but definitely cancellation token has two L's. And it looks like at least none of the packages that I am using, like maybe in .NET Framework versus .NET Core, but there is no canceled with two L's ever, and there is no cancellation with one L. Oh, but that's probably because it's specifically looking for... Okay, so yeah. There is no cancellation with one L, canceled with two L's. So at least that part's consistent. Oh dear, you found one. You found one! System.componentModel.async async completed event args dot e new e dot canceled. Yes, actually, just about all of these are canceled with two L's, aren't they? Everything that's a canceled property. Ooh. Ooh. What is this? That's not right. Oh, because this is in the middle of a change. Did I not pull main? Because I opened the other solution. Duh. Okay, so like I said, I'm trying to do too many things at the same time. Then a list of fields that are being used in the combined fields show up, and we'd use the field name instead. But the saved rule will still be 0. Cool. Okay, that's written down. I need to go into the database. Oh man, that made me warm super fast. Thank you for that, Tyron. I feel like I can move again. I'm not frozen. And I love these songs. Is this one a purple cat one? No. Gil Chang. Good job, Gil. I really like this one. And if you change the first consonants around in their name, it's Chill Gang. That's fun. Okay. Anyway. Users. Nope, look up username. Man, I really don't like the way that RTrack works. So RTrack is one of the remaining applications that the only thing we did was took it from a JSP app to a .NET Framework MVC app. I haven't had the chance to convert it to Blazor yet and modernize it. EF 0 fins now. Okay, any other? Wait, why is there a ER? ER is not a thing. That goes away. Okay. That one. Got quiet. I have no idea where I went just then. I was thinking about a lot of stuff all at once, and I didn't capture any of what I was thinking about. It just went 5 million things, and no clue. What do we say it is? EF? Okay. EF. Right, and then something else that I wanted to add. Man, so many ideas, so many thoughts, and I know they're all possible and easy. So I'm going to log this one too. And it is add the ability to export the transformed objects to CSV. So what that would look like is you're in here, you've configured all of your field mappings, you click on the preview, and now preview has an export to CSV button, or export to Excel, whatever we add to it. Most likely just export to CSV to keep it as light as possible. But we are already using Excel data reader. No, now that's too complex, brain. Stop. It sounds fun, but it's a lot of work. So my brain was like, or you could just have an iExport service, and the user can specify all of the things, or a base export service that's an abstract class that we have a default implementation for that does CSV. and the user can specify what else they want to export to, and it just needs to be a class that inherits that base exporter. And then we find all of the exporter base class implementations, and one of the fields would be the name to display. So we would display the export to CSV, XLS, XLSX, PDF, whatever else they decided to implement. Doesn't it sound fun though? It sounds like a lot of fun to me. Then again, I'm a little bit of, no, actually I'm not. Not even gonna say that. Not even close. No. All right, so anyway, I did all the things. I took care of the first email that the user sent me. We essentially completed the task. I'm not gonna do the thing with the updating the way that the combined fields rule looks. Right now, the only thing that really mattered was showing the field that we are outputting to on this screen somewhere, and I decided to put it in the title. And I think that's gonna work. It's gonna work just fine. Cool, so let's commit this, and then I need to read their other email after we get the PR. Oh, bump the version, because this is a library and I am not using the version number from the build anymore. I just didn't like how they looked. It's a me thing. If anyone does have another approach for bumping version numbers, I'd hear you. I won't necessarily do the approach, but I'm just letting you know that I would hear it and determine whether or not I want to use it. One cool one that I think we are going to do, or that we are already doing with this library, now that I think of it, we are open sourcing this library. You can find it on the Automated Realms GitHub for the current progress that we're at. In this library, we have a cake script that Fulisnabel showed me. And here, if we tag a branch that this script runs on, which we can do, we can tell it to run on that using a GitHub action that is looking for any tags that start with V and are in the pattern star. If we have a branch like that, that's our release branch. Then it will run this cake script that will do the build and release, which we don't need this assets thing on. So it'll generate the NuGet package, it'll push to NuGet, and we'll get the new version number that way. The versioning happens when we tag the branch. Very cool. I love that thought. So we're gonna do that. I will eventually completely get rid of the Armids file import utility and only use the one that we're pushing to NuGet. But okay, for now, let us go ahead and do the PR for this task, remembering that it is task 551. Field, it's actually field configuration. Field transformation configuration. Why did you flash at me, screen? What? Why did you flash at me? Of course. You really are trying, aren't you? Okay. That's all we did. 551. At least it's not 451. We would be in trouble. Probably end up under the desk at some point in time. All right, so I know that the branch, we're done with all of the work for it, so we're going to delete the branch. I know that we're done with the work for the work item, so we're going to go ahead and do that. While that is going, what's going to happen is we'll get the build process kicked off, which we did. I may as well go ahead and switch to main. Cool. Delete the local branch. That is no longer there. And merge my changes into our other development working branch just to keep it up to date. Okay, now that that's done, I am going to read this email. Cool. All right. So he sent me a file of all of the transformations that he does manually currently to the file because there is no easy way to do it in the application yet. I love how I was like, I'm gonna move my Monday streams to Tuesday. Okay, so I got the new file. Build is still running. Should be done in about oh dang, 4 minutes. Should be done in about 2 minutes. So I'll be right back within 2 minutes. Hope you like watching paint dry. You know what? I don't think I did a proper shout out for Big Gamey when he came in. Sorry about that, Big Gamey. Big Gamey isn't streaming today. He normally streams on Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 9:30. 9:30. 9:30 Central. I could be wrong. It could be 10:30 Central. All I know is that he's streaming by the time I get back to my computer at 9:30 a.m. Mountain Time. So, but he is another fantastic, amazing .NET Unity developer, game developer. So much fun times on his stream. He's working on a game that was originally part of a game jam. It was part of the Journ Jam, actually, and he wasn't able to complete it for reasons. And so he is completing it. It's in the spirit of Katamari. I can never remember the second word. He's also working on Candy Pichu. Katamari Damacy. So anyway, he's working on a game in that spirit. And it looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. You play as a large ball and you're trying to save people, trying to rescue people. Am I giving away the title? And it's called Rescue Ball. And so you roll around, you pick people up from a city, take them to a safe spot, and you go back and do it again. The kicker is that the water will eventually rise and you can't get caught in the water. The people don't drown or anything. They float up to the top, but you will drown. So be careful. So that's what makes it a game. the risk of trying to rescue too many people in one go and drowning. Not a good idea. Okay, so what happened is the build finished and now it's doing the release to release the NuGet packages to my local NuGet feed. Now that I have a new NuGet package, then I would go to, like, if we weren't going to do more work on the file import utility, then I would go to the other application that I'm using this package in. I'm going to show us doing that anyway. This one. And update the NuGet package and make sure that everything still works, and then deploy the new version and all of that fun stuff. Oh yeah, and I guess since Dukasoft did post it, he also works on another game, his main game that is also alongside his Life of Dog, his Homeward Hound game, is Can You Beat You, which is a racing game where you race against you. So the first time around the track, you're setting your time. The second time around, your ghost shows up and you race against that. Pretty cool stuff, huh? Huh? Okay. So I am going, well, actually I'm not. I was going to create a branch for updating the NuGet package and then do the entire process there, but I don't know which work item we're going to do next. So let's go pick one. Add ability to format the display of values for a given column. I don't like that one. I just don't think it's necessary. Change the source generator to make transformation type.create new instance. What? Make it what? Return non-null. I guess we could throw an exception. What does that currently look like? Enum generation helpers. Get class, get enum value, create new instance. Okay. Yeah, so it's definitely possible that we will return null. So what I'm telling myself is that I would prefer for this to return not null, and the way that I would do it is by row new, not implemented, throw new argument exception, because this really is the argument itself will be the enum that you're trying to convert or to get the instantiated class for, and there should never be a way for the user to specify an enum that isn't in the list. So this should never, ever happen. And it's just dumb that we have to do this in order for it to not complain about null reference or null, returning null. Goodness, you know what I'm trying to say. Oh, wait. I did that wrong anyway. Copy. Okay, what we are doing is if class type is not null, then do this, otherwise return, otherwise throw. Yeah, that's better. Okay. Hello, nerd herder. What is that big ass red string? This is a source generator. Isn't it pretty? No. Just no. It is not pretty. Okay, so we ended up doing the work item. I'm gonna go ahead and create a branch for it. Just avert your eyes for another 20 seconds. Nothing better than the extra escaped curly braces. Like, I was thinking of a way to have the actual classes as C# classes with templates in them, and then having the source generator read that class's content and then use that instead. So I am writing actual C#, but there are too many placeholder values that I need to update in the string itself that gets generated. And the whole reason behind the source generator was to make the library itself extensible so that users would be able to add new mapping rules. Unfortunately, it doesn't work that way with the way that I have it set up anyway. So I need to come up with another approach to achieve that goal. And I say users, I mean consumers of this library. Okay, bring changes over. Bye, Nerd Herder. Hope you're doing well. Having a great week so far. Sorry to burn your eye sockets and make you retch everywhere. Yeah, this is for the CSV import. So this is specifically if a user is creating a new a consumer of this library is creating a new mapping rule themselves. This generates the enum for it and all of the helper methods, updates all of the helper methods. So the generated file looks like mapping rule. Mapping rule type, this is the enum. And so it would get all of this stuff with the enum member, combined fields rule, the name of the enum member itself, the display name, the short name, the description, all of that stuff would get generated, code generated. And then the extension methods also to be able to get the display text, get the description in a way that's not using reflection. So even though I do have the enum member attributes on here, we're not actually using them when we do get display text, which is how I would have done it before if I wasn't able to just generate the hard-coded, here's the short version of the name, here's the long version of the name. Here's the description, here's an instantiated version of it that we are now updating. Well, once we close and reopen, because when you modify a source generator, you won't see the transformed values immediately in Visual Studio unless you close and reopen, even if you push this magic button here. So let's go ahead and do that just to verify. Oh, did I even mark this as active? I did not. Just to let the rest of the team know that I am actively working on this so that they don't try to do it themselves. And the rest of the team, by the way, is me. And also me. Don't forget about me, though. Okay, so... It didn't work. Oh. Wait. Yeah, it didn't work. It's not doing the changes. It's hard to keep all those people in the loop. Sure is. You have no idea. What's that supposed to mean? You're not supposed to be here. You think I'm crazy? You should see me. Is that Batman Forever? I think that's Batman Forever. I'm not good with quotes. Although the one that did stick with me is I'm an idea man, Chuck. The young ones. Man, I suck at this. That was such a fluid delivery. So why isn't the... Because I didn't build. I need to rebuild the source generator after making a change. And this should affect both the mapping rule enum and the value transformation enum. Yeah, this will affect both. Okay, what do you say? Do I need to restart Visual Studio again? Can I just do another build? The generator is not generating. No, build succeeded, which means it generated. Refresh? Yeah. Okay, what do you say now? Still doesn't look like it's... Yes, it is. Okay. So this is what we changed here. When it generates the create new instance, it's now non-nullable. And if we weren't able to find a class, get class type, then we throw a new argument exception that says the enum member that you provided is not really an enum member, even though there is no way for it to not be an enum member in order to use this. Because this is saying it needs to be a mapping rule type, and the only place that mapping rule type is created is in the source generator that creates a member for every single mapping rule type. So, I don't know. It's kind of annoying that I have to do that. And I guess it's kind of the same thing here where this really shouldn't be nullable either. This should just throw an exception that says this is not a valid. I think I'm going to do that too. And that would actually make it a lot easier for this rule here. Because if we are not returning null from the type, then we don't need to do a null check on the type here. We will always just be able to do this. And if there is no class, then the method for finding the class is the thing that's going to throw the exception. I guess I should put that on here as well. So there will be an exception. And we'll put that on get class type as well. I guess you too. Okay, that makes sure that there is never a null. Never a null. Wait, no. That actually sounds like something else entirely. All right, and then I want this to just be return this thingy, saves, rebuild, and then close and reopen and make sure that everything is working as it should. Oof. I love this part because when I get to this point where I just have a lot of really small tasks, I get to complete more things more often, which is why it's generally a good idea, even if you're doing a greenfield project, to break it down into really small tasks, because you do get that boost of, man, I just got that done. I just got that done. I finished 3-4 tasks in one day. Ah. Did you actually generate the files at least so I can check them? Okay, we're missing a comma. Where? In my source generated value. Comparison operation extensions. Oh, duh. Wait, no, not duh. What line number, please? Line number 102. Why are there so many numbers in that? Semicolon at the end. Where else did I do that? Okay, my bag. My bag. This is an this would be a way to completely improve the experience of source generators, is to give you actual syntax, I don't know what it's called, glyphs and stuff for when your generated C# is gonna cause an issue. It would take a lot of thought and work to do, but it would be nice if. Right. Wasn't there also an issue with using, what are these called? Method, not method bodies, method expressions with a source generator, or maybe with .NET 2. So just for my sanity, I'm gonna go ahead and keep the generator like this. Like, I'm doing it here too. No, I'm not. I mean, yes, I am, because this is a switch expression. That could just be arrows enum mem switch. But for consistency's sake, we may as well. Return. I would rather be consistent and change it in the future together than to have one thing be different than the rest. That's just a me thing though. Okay, so build. Again, we're not going to see this change in the file itself. And I guess we should be able to do a regular build though, and it will use the updated source gen code. We just won't see the correct output until we close and reopen. Cool, so that one said it built successfully. I keep, like when my head itches, I keep trying to scratch around the tied backness, and it's like, you don't have to worry about that anymore. It's gone. It's gone. Samson, I know how you feel. Anyway, moving on. Let's go ahead and do another build. And take a look at. We'll take a look in a book, a reading rainbow. I can do anything. Although, wouldn't this potentially return a null also? So if for whatever reason, which it's not possible at all, the class type that we get back does not implement mapping rule base, which again, the source generator requires whatever we are generating the source code for to be something that inherits from mapping rule base or implements mapping rule base. But I am using the as keyword, and this says if whatever object here you're trying to cast to this is not castable to that, you will get a null back. So maybe I should use a explicit cast. Where's the generator? As in, what I should probably do is this instead. And that way it would throw an invalid cast exception. And typically I wouldn't throw exceptions in my own code if I was going to be the only one using it. But since this is going to be an open source library, it makes sense to throw exceptions when it's being used in a way that is not intended. Invalid cast. Do I already have something that does a cref? Oh, that's incorrect anyway. This base class name. Okay, should be fine. All right, last time, right? I'm doing a full build, which should build the source generator. Speaking of source generators, if anyone does happen to have some information on using source generators with GitHub Actions and has the time to take a look at Anna's question in the codehelp.net forum, we could really use some assistance. Not convert type. Yeah, so this is what I was kind of expecting. Hello, TBD Gamer. I said that like simple game dev. Shout out to TBD Gamer, fantastic .NET developer working in some really cool technologies, putting all of it into his project Liquid Sky. Oh man, Goodbye, you're the best. And also working on a side project called developers.stream. Yes. Can't believe I remembered both of those. Like I wasn't sure if I put the actual dot in the command, but anyway, Liquid Sky, is going to be or is turning out to be, is shaping up to be an application that is all about doing a better approach to doing project management and planning, in my opinion. This is all my opinion based off of what he's said about his project. I think it's going to be great. Where it's pretty much just making sure that project managers do the things that project managers should do, developers do the things developers should do, and they meet up and cooperate, as opposed to project managers saying, this is how you should do your job, Mr. Developer, and developers saying, no, I'm actually not a Mr., but thanks, jerk. Anyway, moving on. But developers.stream, I guess that's going to be where we move on to. Developers.stream is going to be a service, kind of, that streamers can use, especially developer streamers can use to indicate that they are a developer that streams and what platforms they stream on. You can sign up for it. You can put in your information and say, this is the blurb that I would like to have said about my streams, and here are the platforms that I stream on. You can be discoverable in the actual developers.stream app itself, the page, the web app, and people can search for keywords. They can search for tags and stuff and categories and discover you. And then streamers can add an API call to their bot that says, all right, this person that just chatted for the first time, are they in this repository of developers that stream? If so, then let's do a shout out for them and use their little blurb. How'd I do? Hopefully that was okay and representing what you are doing correctly. Did I already close and reopen? I did. Okay, so I wanted to see the actual generated files to find out why we are getting the error. We aren't even getting the generated files. Bill seceded. What? Didn't we just get an error? Oops, wrong one. What are you doing? Where's the source gen? I opened. Yeah, absolutely. You're definitely worth supporting. I love your content and the things that you are wanting to achieve. Oh, also, developers.stream is open source. He's not ready to take pull requests yet, but it will be open one day. Okay, we should now get an error from this build and be able to see the generated files. I'm talking quieter because I got closer to the mic, so hopefully it's still picking me up fine. Yay! Good luck, TBD. I hope you are able to get some enjoyment out of it. Feel some synergy with your team. I can only hope and wish that for you. Okay. So here we are. The XML comment has badly formed characters. Single quote cannot be used in this location. No, not even single quote. Empty character. Yeah, so it's got to be in the comment that I just added on line 104. There is no line 104. I'm in the wrong file. Value transformation extensions 104. Wait. Cannot implicitly convert. Okay, so this is an implicit operator that I was using, not explicit. I think I said explicit. Did I specifically put mapping rule base? I think I explicitly put mapping rule base in the enum generator. Oh my goodness, what are you doing, kid? But it's still telling me that there are some errors in my XML docs. So I need to check on that. Chicken that. Oh, and you know what else would be? No. Doesn't make sense to do that. Just kidding. Just kidding. Ignore me. I said nothing. But I really want to. So I want to make a method that is create new instance of type based off of the enum, and that will bypass the, it doesn't make sense, the get class type check. So yeah, that doesn't make sense to do. Just kidding. You saw nothing. All right. So I still want to know what these warnings are. I know what these errors are. That was a accident. Badly formed in comparison operation type extension line 79. Exception cref equals. Tag nabbit. How did that happen? And what? What? I have no idea what that was. Is this happening anywhere else? That was very odd. Okay, you're fine. And you're fine, aren't you? Weirdo. And actually, I need to do this for everything cref equals. Aha. Aha. That's what I'm doing wrong. I get it. I see what I did. I see. I'm just not understanding how XML works. That's all. So I'm opening the exception tag here and closing it after the period, where I was like, am I closing the C that is self-closing? But I misread. I wasn't paying attention is what I'm trying to say. Okay, I get it. I get it. I'm sorry. The other thing that might come up is that invalid cast exception is not available in the namespaces that I have imported, but we'll find that out for sure. Okay, so that should be all of them. Let's build again, see if we get the same warnings. There shouldn't be any errors anymore. It's 11:11. All right, we still have some others. Converting a literal value or possibly null to non-null. Line 104 again. So it still doesn't like that we're returning this, because create instance returns a null object. And I'm trying to cast it to a non-nullable object, so it's giving me a warning. So what I'm really trying to do is get rid of all of the warnings and all of the chatter in the output window that is not built this project successfully. So yeah, I truly do need to keep this as an as and just have it throw the exception. Let's just do that. As pasta No, I copied it to my clipboard, you meanie. You ninny. Oops, as. And if this is null, then we'll throw new argument exception. Can get rid of the invalid cast because we aren't throwing that anymore. Okay, one more build. Should be no more warnings related to the source generator or generated code. Look at how clean that is. Oh, that's nice. All right, one more close and reopen so that we can inspect the generated code. Built. Oh, and by the way, some information that I have, if you don't feel like reading through all of the stuff, if you do feel like helping Anna with the issue she's facing, but don't feel like reading all of the wall of text stuff that I wrote, the things that I found were one of the failing test portions was that she wasn't including the same path to the node modules, but she thinks that node modules has a lot to do with it. The node modules folder is getting generated, it exists, and she has a source generator that is supposed to read, get all of the files and generate a dictionary essentially, or a list based off of the files that exist in that directory. And so a test is failing that's saying if the list of those, I think they're icons, icon SVGs or images or whatever they are, is null, then, or not null, if the count is less than 1, or if the count is 0, I don't remember how she put it, then the test will fail. And she can't figure out why it's not. That's an indication that the source generator is not generating the stuff the same way that it does inside of Visual Studio or inside of your IDE. So the debug steps that I got to this morning after doing a little bit more research, adding a cake script to it, because it was really cool to learn that cake script thing and I wanted to use it there to see if it was easier to debug the pipeline. Anyway, point is, if you clone that project or even fork it or whatever, I do have a forked version that I added the cake script to, and the contributing.markdown file has the steps for making sure you know how to build and all of that stuff. So you clone it, you do the npm install on the source solution directory, and if you do a .NET build from the command line, it'll build successfully. But if you do a .NET test run, whatever the .NET test CLI thing is, it will fail the same way that the GitHub action is failing. And that's where I got to this morning before I was like, I really need to start doing my job. Because every minute that I don't do at the beginning of the day, I add to the end of the day. And I want to use that time for doing music. So anyway, that's where we're at. But if you have any ideas, then they would be very, very welcome. Okay, all right. So I'm looking, I was just kind of scrolling actually. I'm looking through the generated extensions to see if there's anything weird going on with them. Just at a cursory review. Yeah. It's looking good. That one. That one. I wonder if I should just use name of. I mean, it's source generated, so it's not like we're going to rename this enum type or the base class. Yeah, I think it'll be fine. And finally, the mapping rule. No weirdness, no weirdness. Lots of weirdness, but not of the bad type. Excuse me. Or I guess that's debatable. Okay, so we're good. I'm gonna commit this. Updated source gen rules to make non-null return. Okay, commit and push because I am done with the work. And do a PR because again, I'm working on a team and we don't commit directly to main because we're good team members. I really do need to lock down main though, because last stream, I completely forgot to. And I know what they're gonna ding me on. I know what my team is gonna be like. You don't have to be a douche about it. Why would they say it that way? They meant it in a very polite way. Yeah, but that's not how I heard it in my head. That sounds like a you problem. Would you stop talking to yourself in front of all these people? No, I won't. It's not a breaking change because even if you do null checks on those, your code's going to be fine. So we're still going to do it as a, and these really should be minor version bumps as opposed to build bumps. But whatever. That's what I'm doing, okay? All right. View latest. Hey, a version bump. Look at that. All right, so what this did was updated the lines, the one lines, to not be nullable and added exception XML documentation because we're now throwing exceptions instead of returning null, as any good library should do. I said library. I did not say berry. It might have sounded like berry, but I said rary. Promise. All right, I approve of this. Complete. Again, let the other person close their, delete their own branch and close the work item, or send it on to test to QA to validate that the work item is complete. So I guess that would be the real process. The next thing that would happen is that the person that requested the PR, that got the email that said the PR is merged and that the pipeline's finished building and running successfully, would go into the work item, assign it to, oh, right. I told it to close, but imagine I didn't tell it to close. Assign the work item to the QA team, and then the QA team would then validate in whatever build. Like what I was doing is I would reference the PR, or not even the PR, I'm sorry. I would reference the release itself that they would need to test the changes in. And so they would hopefully grab the, usually it's a full application, but in this case, the library, test it and make sure that the thing that we said was the only thing that was supposed to change is the only thing that changed and didn't break anything else, didn't cause anything else to change or break. Or I could just have automated testing in the pipeline because I do have tests written for this. I just don't have it turn on in the pipeline for whatever reason. But what I would do is say that test must pass in order for you to actually merge the PR. Okay, but anyway, we are going to go ahead and update our local main, like show. Delete our local branch that is no longer upstream. And update our other development branch with our current changes to keep it up to date. We're done. And then again, if this was the last change that we were doing with this library and we weren't making any changes in the lab data helper, the one that is actually using this library, then I would go to that and create a new branch to update the NuGet packages and do the whole entire PR process for that too. But we still have a lot of work to do. But it feels like we're getting stuff done. It's so nice. So what to do next? Bless you. Read your email is what we're doing next. It was the comment I made to myself. Funny. Version number bump? Did you really have to at me though? Gosh, I get emails for the PR. Why do you need to at me? What is he doing? What is he thinking? Improve map transformation functionality. This one is kind of cool. I think it would be fun. I would essentially like to have a way to be able to drag and drop a CSV that is just 2 columns, a from value and a to value, copy a CSV to your clipboard, all manner of things to be able to make setting up the mapping rule a lot easier. So I'll show what I mean by that once it actually runs. But do I want to do that one next? I don't think so. Because that's just something that I came up with that would be a nice to have. And I don't think they're actually needing to use that. Okay, I kind of want to see what this new file looks like. So this is the one with their modified columns. They didn't add it to the end, they just added it somewhere in the middle. Kind of hard to see. Okay, so here we are, the mantissa and the exponent. And so one of the transformations that they're really wanting to do is if the result is ND, oh man, this is even worse. If the result is ND, non-detect, then use the high limit value. And not just use the high limit value, but set the high limit value to be whatever the value is here to be represented as only a tens place value. So in this case, 2.1 is in the tens places, but if this was 21, then they would need to convert this to 2.1 to the 1, to times 10 to the 1. So this exponent is actually times 10 to the x. So here, if it's a numeric value, then again, move it to the tens place. So 77 becomes 7.7 times 10 to the 1. But I don't have any kind of mapping rule where they can do this easily. So that's going to be a combination of the conditional rule and a whole bunch of nested conditional rules as the what to do when value is X, which made me want to make a switch type of rule. But even in this case, it'd be like switch case when the value is greater than or equal to 100. I don't know which direction we would go. Is less than 10, then just output the same value. Is less than 100, then output the value divided by 10 and put the exponent as 1. But there has to be another creative way to allow for divide this by I don't know what it would even be. Probably divide it by 1 million and find out how many decimal places we get back before we get a non-zero number. And then subtract that from 6 or whatever. Yeah, I don't know. That one's hard to think about. So anyway, no to that one. Not no to that one. Just, it's not going to be easy to do. So right now they are manually doing that. What I would love to be able to do for the actual usage of the library is to say that there is some extra logic in place that when they choose the field that is to be used. Oh, why are you making noises suddenly? It wasn't giving me audio feedback when I got emails before. Like, we just did a whole bunch of builds and it didn't give me audible notifications. Weird. Anyway, just have some kind of special logic for when they pick what goes in the value, then it will do that logic for them. It'll be one of those types of things like the way that we overwrote the lab and lot configuration. So the value configuration would be another custom UI in the lab. That's what it is. That's what it is. Have the mantissa exponent, corrected mantissa, etc., etc. The special field mapping rule editor things. Okay, so that's probably what I'm going to do with those, at least for the purposes of making the app easier to use. They're essentially just going to pick the field that has the result in it, and we're going to say, is there something that tells us non-detect? And if there is a non-detect, what do we do? Which field do we output? Then it will do everything it needs to do to set the exponent value for the associated field. It's kind of weird though that they don't have the corrected mantissa or the QC spike. Oh, I guess they do. Okay. All right. So there we go. We're good. Everything is good. Everything is okay. So we're not going to tackle that just yet. We're still looking for our next work item. As soon as we make sure that we have approved the release of the next version. Okay, so what else do we have? So I didn't like this one. Add a value transformation operation of type conditional. This is active. We have an active branch for it. It's been quite difficult to do. Turn the library into .NET Standard. We will do that. We already did it in the open source version, so all I need to do is refactor the current one in Armid's file import utility. What I really want to do is go ahead and rename all of the projects and folder paths to match the open source version, so that when we're ready to copy everything over, it really is just a copy over and I don't need to do any of the weird stuff that I was doing with changing namespaces and all that. Maybe we'll do that next, because we're getting pretty close to being done with the core library, aside from that conditional rule, which I'm avoiding like the plague. So in the actual application that's using the library, there's this allow templates to be deleted. That sounds fun. Indicator when files have been uploaded. What is the indicator for a specific template scenario? Oh, right. So I keep forgetting what this one is. This description is terrible. I need to work on that. Have an outline star when all of the fields, all of the mappings can be restored, but this wasn't the file that the template was created on. Allow being able to make templates public. Save the imported field set as a template in the database. So right now the database keeps all of the field mappings them as a, wait, is that what this one is? Yeah, it keeps all of the field mappings as a serialized JSON value in the database, which is not always great. If my databases were current versions of SQL Server, it would be better because I could just make the columns JSON, but it's not, and it does not support JSON columns. Make a determination on what to do with uploaded items. This is important. We are at this step. So is this something I need to do now? When uploading, do we still use the skipped records, lab, and lot cleared TBL imported TRN before the upload? Or do we really only care about the lab lots that are selected? This one was tough. Okay. This might actually be the one that we want to do because they are going to start importing or uploading the transformed records. I'm just pulling latest, even though I know that I've already pulled latest main. Better to do it and not need it than to not have done it and need it, or something, as the ancient proverb goes. Whoa. Oh, what did I click on last? Hopefully this is the browser that is most recently active. Yay. Okay, so once again, this is the actual usage of the library, which is the lab data import utility. So for the files that they specify, this would be one of those instances where this file has all of the fields that were previously mapped using another file, and I would be able to restore the entire template because all of the fields for the template are represented in the source file that we are providing. So I would want those to float to the top and have an open star icon. That was the goal of that other one. But for now, I'm just going to pick the one that I know will work. And we can even see that there weren't any uploaded, any field mappings that weren't restored. Otherwise, that would have been yellow and said there are some field mappings that didn't get restored. I chose the wrong one anyway. Wait, what? Where's the... other one. I should have 2 more templates that could be used with this file. Am I not pointing to... Oh, I'm probably not pointing to the test server. I'm not. Okay. Close and relaunch. Okay, so all I did was pointed the connection string to our test database so that I could just restore one of those. Okay, so if I... Wait, why is that still the same? No. 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 Stop whining. Okay, I'm fully stopping the app and rerunning. Let's try this again. There they are. Okay, I'm going to pick the one with no lot assigned because that's the most recent one I've been working with. No errors in the mappings. The file name is... Why are you a constant value? You were supposed to be combined fields using some random value. Not AR, the actual lot, which is EF. My gosh, what's wrong with you? The lot number itself. Oh my gosh, that's going to be hard. The file name needs the lot number in it, and that's where that issue is coming from. Because the lot number is a special rule that is going to be assigned by the server, either by pressing this button or by pressing the upload button. And the file name is typically lab underscore or lab dash lot number underscore installation. That's no good. Reapply the template, please. So that's probably why I ended up hard coding it. That means that that would need to be updated for every single file that gets uploaded. Anyway, I was going to show this. So here's the special rule for getting the lot number. I just explained what that was during my, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. This isn't going to be easy. But now that we have the mappings for all of the things needed to construct the file name, we can just ignore the file name. And that will be auto-generated because the users of this app don't care about the file name itself. It's only a database field that's used by the records check to see if there was already a file with this in it. Right, but that's not the one that we were looking at. Hello, Bob Ross. Welcome in. The issue that I was looking at was, let's say a file had multiple lab lot combinations. So in this case, I have TA with the lot number that's going to be determined. However, let's say that this gave us AAA back and AAAB in the same file, and I unchecked all of the AAABs, but I've already uploaded all of the AAABs, and I only want to keep the AAAs. What do I do with the AAABs that are being unselected here? Do I delete those from the database? What about the ABCs? Well, it needs to be 4 characters. So it's got to be ABCDs or ABC underscores. It's really hard to say though. A. Anyway, so what do I do with the ones that are being unselected that aren't part of the lot numbers that are being selected? Would I also send a request, or send with this request also delete AAABs from the imported table? Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna tackle that yet. I think I need to talk with the user. Okay, so I'm liking these allow templates to be deleted and made public. So let's do those. Starting with allow templates to be deleted. So you've seen this before already, like 5 times now, creating a new branch. Deletable user template. All right, so we created a branch for it. So as you saw, templates can be used to restore field mappings. Oh, dang it. Don't freeze. Don't freeze. I found out where the issue was with the app freezing and eating up a whole bunch of resources. If I have, if I have the preview open and I drag in another file, that's when it runs into issues. But if I have the preview closed, I can keep dragging in files just fine. And I can restore templates just fine. And I can open the preview. But if I wanted to, I'm gonna do it just to prove to myself. If I wanted to switch files, because I'm done with this one, and the preview was open, then the preview closed. Was it changing templates? It was changing templates with the preview open. So why didn't it happen earlier? That's crazy. Okay, so changing templates is the thing that causes the app to freeze. It's possible the stream is going to freeze if I wait long enough. So we're just going to let it crash instead. And I have a way that I can fix it, I think, which is just essentially hide the preview window before applying the upload template. And then, yeah, leave it at that. Okay. So back to this file. Oh, one moment. Man. Who hit me? Who hit me? Which one of you wonderful, amazing people hit me? How? How rude. Not them. Okay, moving on. We are good to go. So we have loaded that file again. I'm loading a template. Template loads just fine without the preview window open. We are going to preview. We're going to see that we do not have a lot number. However, if I changed the lab to TT, then we'll see that we get a lot number Oh, not for this file. This is a brand new file. I think it was this one. Oh. We'll see if it freezes by dragging in a new file. It shouldn't because it does close the preview window. No lot assigned. Update the lab. Oh, it's already there. So I did assign a lot number to this file, which means that we'll see it here. So yeah, just imagine that this file actually, I'm going to create a file that has two. Let's just do that. Create a new, actually, let's just copy this one. And I'm going to call this multi lot. Example. Okay, edit in Notepad. Don't know what happened to my voice there. And the second file that we're going to use is, which one did I copy? I don't know which one I copied. 320811720, which I think is this one. 320820783. Okay, so this one should be a different file, I hope. Save that. Okay. We're going to test out the multi-sheet or multi-lot file real quick. If we look at the preview, we need to load the template first. If we look at the preview, we will see that there is one lot assigned to some of the records, and then for the other record, there are no lots assigned. But this is the example of a multi-lot or import, which I don't think is going to happen, but if it does, we're going to plan for it. So the scenario that I was talking about earlier is, let's say that the user had already uploaded. Well, let's just reserve a number for this. Let's just reserve a number for both of them. We'll use TP, and we'll get new lot numbers for both of these. Okay, so now we have two lot numbers that have been assigned. They show up here. We have AAAA and AAAB. Looks like AAAA. Oh no, they're the same number of records. Dang it. Should have picked a smaller file. But let's say that they have already uploaded these two sets of records. And then they're like, well, actually, I want to remove from the database the AAAB lots. From our, and this is just like a staging database. This isn't even like where it's getting stored to live permanently, but they do want to get rid of it. And so they uncheck it and they hit import. These records are still going to be in the database because what the logic currently does is it looks for the combination of lab and lot that are in the specified file or in the specified upload records, gets the distinct combination of lab and lot, checks for any of those records in the database, deletes them, replaces them with the new records. But it doesn't know to look for records that have a lab and lot for values that are not sent to the database or to the server. So one thought could be that I would send delete lab lock combinations as a parameter on, or a property on, the request. Could do that. The thing that does happen, however, is let's say that we uploaded all of them and we wanted to delete some of the ones that we uploaded from what is currently in there. Then we can do that by deselecting only those records so that they are no longer part of the data set that's stored in the database. And it knows to delete everything that is TPAAAB and then re-upload only those that are selected here. So yeah, that's a decision that would need to be made. That's all I know. I just don't see it being a very valid case that's going to happen. Likely case is what I said. The probability possibility matrix for that occurrence, for that event, is small. But Murphy's Law, and that is something that could happen. Okay, I'm running out of steam. What's going on? Let's get this task done. This is the one to make the templates deletable. And so this is where our templates are. I did implement the click up here to keep the menu showing until you click off of it. We did that on Monday together. Thank you for your contributions. So, but we did that because, like, of all the times that you use this hoverable menu and you try to hover over something and you're just off by a half pixel, it's like, why does it keep closing? Now you can just click on it and it'll stay open. So I need to make a decision on where to put the delete button. If I put it in here, let's say on the far end, that when you hover over it, an X shows up way over here that says, click this, and you'll get I'm still going to provide the dialog that says, are you sure you want to delete this user import template? And the options on it will be in red, delete, as a link button, cancel. So regardless of where I put this delete functionality, you're going to get a dialog to confirm it. How likely is it that the user would mouse over that far as soon as they like click here and their mouse ends up all the way over here on the X accidentally? I don't think that that's going to be very likely. So that is one option for where to put the delete functionality, the button that will trigger the delete functionality. The other place is in the save template as. What you might be used to seeing is when you have a dialog with a menu like this with existing templates, you would sometimes get a small, barely noticeable delete button. So like what this one would look like is a link here that is red that says delete this template. And of course, there is the option for both of those to exist. So what I am going to do then, in order to find out which one I like more, is I'm going to implement both of them. What I could do is take this into Figma and then show it and make a prototype from it so that I can test it there. but it's easier for me to just do it, you know? So let's just do it. One thing we know we're going to need is the dialogue that will be presented to the user. That is, are you sure you want to? So in my component library, I have a section for dialogues, and this is going to be the confirm delete template dialog. I know it's going to have functionality, so I'm going to also include the .razor.cs file, since I like using code behind files. Just a preference, nothing against you if you don't. Public partial, save, comments. Okay, so one thing that we're gonna want is a way to show and hide the dialogue. And I'm just gonna essentially steal the code. Dang it. I'm gonna steal the code from the save as dialog, because it's just gonna be a templated question dialog like it is here. Stolen. But we probably need some stuff from the code behind first, so we don't get errors immediately. Again, I'm stealing everything from it, just so that we don't get red squigglies. Red what's? Squiggly. Extensions? I really don't like what it does to, what are these called? Preprocessor commands? I know, stomach, I know. I think I'm gonna go grab a pineapple juice. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do that real quick. I'll be right back. Woohoo! Out of breath though. I ran up the stairs so that I could get some blood flowing and ran back down. And now I'm out of breath. Not helpful. I'm in shape. Oh, cheers. Okay, so I am stealing the UI that we have already put together for the confirm save dialog. Not confirm save, for the save template dialog. And now we're going to use it to sculpt together our delete, confirm delete dialog. And we are going to control its visibility by using our state class. And we may as well grab both of these. Cool. We'll go down below all of the template loading. This is a good spot for it. All right, and we will call these two confirm delete dialog visible and confirm delete confirm delete dialog is visible and delete dialog delete template. These names though. Who told him he could name variables like that? Who's letting him do this? All right, moving on. I'm clinging to a tip, a helpful suggestion that Tyron gave me, which is if you struggle to write, and I'm pretty sure it was Tyron, if you struggle to name a variable, just write out what it is and then shorten it from there. I'm kind of missing that second part, but still, it was really good advice. It was a nice, helpful tip. Disable. Oh my gosh, I keep moving the mouse to places where there's pop-ups. Disable delete. No, just disable form controls. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. No! Wait. Actually, you know what? I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all. Just renaming it to disable form controls. We're gonna go with it. I like it. We're doing it. But how do we end up here? Why did you take me to this file? Don't confuse me. I'm already struggling. All right. Confirm delete. Delete. Confirmi delete. Right. I added whoops. I added the stubs to the interface, but I did not and will not implement them. Wait, no. Yes, I will. Just kidding. Just kidding. Oh, what's an easy way to do this? Woohoo! Okay. Oh, wait. Oh dear. Oh bother. Okay, we want our inherit doc for you and for you. We want our private variables, and we want to make these two public. And we want to take the getter and setter for these two. What's that? Ampersand. Ampersand, then we will use this as our values for you and oops, you. Okay, we're good. Implemented. Yatta. So this is pretty much how I do observable properties. I create the full prop with a backing field, and on the setter for it, I use this set property that I put with all of my state classes that I use in the app and stuff. And that is simply just if the value of the object is already equal to what we're trying to set it to, do nothing. Otherwise, do the notify state notify property is changing, change the value, notify property changed. And so that does both the I notify property changed and I notify property changing implementations, as well as my own internal property changing, as well as on notify. Wait, this is the implemented, as well as the async versions of them is what this really is. So that's the thing. They're there. We did it. Dialogue. Yep. We are going to have a response coming back from the server. So I'm not going to do anything with the upsert template response yet. Yes, I am. I'm going to rename it. This is called delete template response. In order to know whether it was successful or not. If it was unsuccessful, then we'll output what the error was, which is usually a user-friendly error message. And then this is going to be the question itself that says, you are about to delete the template named. And then I'll need to store this in state as well. I do have it in state, and there is a selected template. What are you called? Selected existing template ID. Okay. So I have the ID of the selected template. Is that getting updated every single time that I change? Yeah, every time that I change, this here, handle existing template selection changed. Am I updating? The selected template ID. Yeah, but am I actually changing the selected template ID? Because what I'm concerned with this logic is if I have already loaded a template, this is what the selected template ID should be. If I go into save template and I select a different template, I still have applied the other template, but this is now my selected template ID. So if I cancel out of here and reload, that's the one that's going to get restored. Let's fix that real quick. Private, good, original, oops, original selected template ID. I'm going to allow null. Actually, GUIDs are structs, so we don't have to worry about null. On initialize, we're going to get the mapper state, and we're going to store the original selected template ID. Are you nullable? Oh, we'll just make this a nullable string. Why not? Then if cancel is pushed, we'll just undo all of our changes that we made. Like so. Cool. So if we have loaded, no lot assigned, that becomes the current selected existing template ID, whatever the variable name is, and I change it here. This is now the new selected template ID. However, if I hit cancel, then it should have gone back, mother. Oh wait, I know what that is. When I dismiss the dialog component still exists, and so it's still holding the current state, which means that where is this used? This is in the layout. Does anyone know where the layout is? Okay, so this is used here. And the reason I did that, oh man, so that's going to conflict with my whole decision behind that. The reason that I am keeping the component loaded on this page, even though we're hiding it, we're hiding the content of it, it's not getting rendered, but the component state itself is being stored in memory. It's being retained when the dialog is shown in hidden, is because what if they start typing a description and they're like, oh wait, I need to check on something. And then they want to go back and finish that description and the description is gone. So yeah, am I even recreating the upsert template request? Maybe that's what's going on. In my logic, the description should be gone if I press cancel. Okay. Okay. Thank you. That does make sense. All right then, so we're good. So this is where it restores the template. So then I'm still wondering, why didn't the drop down update? I guess the easiest way for me to resolve that is to unload the template or unload the save as dialog when the user dismisses it in one way or another. So let's just do that. What's the name of this? And the way that I'm going to do that is yeah, but I mean, there should only be two options. I think I don't have the dismiss button visible. We'll have to double check. No, that's not the one. I need the one that's for show. For show. Hello, 1 kilobit. That was terrible. Don't laugh at that. Don't encourage him. Yeah, this pineapple juice is really helping. I forget who recommended it, but like pineapple juice I think has some good electrolytes in it, and that could be why I was starting to fade. Oh, we get 2 dad jokes. Oh, and we got 2 dad jokes when I went to take the break too. So we're gonna get 4 dad jokes. Dad joke number 1 from other bot is 2 fish are in a tank. One turns to the other and says, "How do you drive this thing?" With flippers, obviously. Best bot joke number 1, which is actually joke number 2, says a sandwich walks into a bar. Bartender says, "Sorry, we don't serve food here." Foodist, speciesist. All right, now for the most recent set of jokes. Joke number 3, which is joke number 2 for other bot. What kind of dog lives in a particle accelerator? A Femilibrador retriever. Femilibrador. Okay. And BestBot says, I was just looking at my ceiling. Not sure if it's the best ceiling in the world, but it's definitely up there. Yeah. BestBot wins. Again. All right, so let's see if this will actually reload the thing the way that I want it to reload. Something that matters though is, are we listening for changes to save as template visible? Yeah, we have to be. We have to be, right? We're not listening to anything. And yet it's still rendering just fine? Okay, I believe you. So I'm going to control F5. Or I'm going to control F5. Dickasow says, if you didn't get that, Fermilab is America's Particle Physics and Accelerator Laboratory, apparently. I didn't get it. And knowing that doesn't make the joke any funnier. Thank you for informing us. I really appreciate you doing so much research for so many important things. No, but seriously, the finding the document for what Broken Sword posted, that was like, it was perfect. It's like, what just happened? Okay, so we are showing. I'm switching to test, cancel, show again, and we're back to the original. That's exactly what we wanted to happen. I typed some stuff. Cancel, reload. We're back to the original. I changed the name. I cancel. I reload. We're back to the original. I'm going to create a new one. I fill in some details. It says pew, pew, pew. I cancel. Back to the original. Good. All right, so that's doing exactly what we want. Let's go ahead and commit those changes. You and you. Oh my gosh, so wordy. How to be concise. Just push the GitHub button. Just push. Let Copilot do it. Let Copilot take the wheel. Oh, oops. You don't see anything. Squish, squish. Those cans are too small, but it was perfect. Okay, so let's continue on with this. And now we have the selected template ID. We need to be able to get the actual template's name using its ID. And we should be able to do that using the same logic that we're using here to get all of the template information. Ubisoft says, I'm the human version of a curious George, and I can also be bored of it. Whatever got me curious, like 5 minutes after. Curious George with ADD. Wait. Isn't that just Curious George? Although I doubt you have ADD. You're just knowledge seeking. Like I'm sure you have a pretty good attention span. But I don't know that for sure. I'm just assuming based off of our interactions together. Okay, what is, oh, duh, I have all of the code behind here already anyway. Otherwise, the Blaine doctors would have told me so. He said it with a Bronx accent. I heard it. You heard it here first. Dukasoft's real voice has a Bronx accent. So this is checking to see, yeah, what we know for sure is that if this dialog is going to be showing, the template that is selected must have already been found, which means that we will have a found template response. Aha. So what we're going to do first on initialize is if mapper state dot found template response is null, dot return object dot find, may as well, let's just do this whole thing. If the found template is null from our state that's already been stored in memory, then we shouldn't do anything because this dialog should not be showing. So we're going to immediately close it, and just in case, we're going to toast so that the user isn't like, nothing happened when I clicked the button. It's like, duh, nothing happened. You didn't select a valid template. So let's, do I have a toaster? I have a toaster. Do you have a toaster? Await toast service. Do I have a helper for this? Make toast. This is Not asynchronous? Whoops. No template to delete, and we'll see if we can get Copilot to give us a better message using that. No! Okay. Instead of goo, oh, you are GUID, aren't you? Aren't you? So we need the logic for turning the string into a GUID, which is just GUID.parse. So let's grab this, which would have been right underneath it. Ooh. Oh man. Isn't there a thing? Hold on. Hold on, my brain is churning. Isn't there a thing where you can assign a value? So what exactly are you? We don't know. User import template model. So if I declare, hello, Master Rat, how have you been? How is your day going? How's your week going? How's your month going? How's your year? So if I assign this to this here, then we can check is null during the assignment. Can't we? Isn't that a thing? Send button worked. Wait. Which send button? Asteroid says, I'm doing okay, man. Looking forward to seeing what you're up to. Hope you're well. So, I don't remember how long it's been since you've been here. Forgive me, Master Rat, for I have forgotten. It has been X number of times. Oh, gosh. Crap. Tablet keyboard froze. But send worked. But yeah, so what I'm currently working on is a utility for importing files that labs are sending to us, transforming them, and loading them into the database, aka ETL. And so we're pretty much done with the core functionality, and now I'm just adding a couple of features to it for convenience, I guess. And come on, brain. We had pineapple juice. You can snap back. Okay. And the core part are these words. The core part of the application we are open sourcing. We've been kind of working on it on community day streams. But here's the open source project. On one of the more recent community day streams, Fulisnabel showed us how to use Cake. Showed me how to use Cake, and I guess there were a few other people that were learning at the same time. So we added a Cake script to pretty much do all of our pipeline stuff in locally without needing to deploy it or push to GitHub or anything like that. So we did that. And what I'm planning on doing is setting it up so that whenever there is a push to a branch that has a version number that is, or a tag that is in the form of v star dot star dot star, it will run the pipeline that will run the cake script that will generate the NuGet packages that will then get published to NuGet. Yeah, I haven't heard of cake either. It's CMake for C#. So you're essentially doing the entire, like what you would put in a YAML file, there is an equivalent, but you're writing it in C#. And so you pretty much make your entire pipeline using cake. You run it via command line tool. It is super, super nice. I don't have the README updated here, but if you look at the fork I made of Anna's library, so she's having an issue that she posted in Discord, and I was reviewing it and trying to help out where I could. But if you look at where's the fork? What's the name of your library? It's got an odd name, so I don't ever remember it. How do I see repos that I've forked? How do I see forked? Oh, it's right at the top. Goodness. Anyway, if you look at this one, I have written, or no, I prompted Gemini to write a contributing markdown file. This will tell you how to build using cake. No, that's not what I want on there. I don't have an easy way to show this. I guess. If you want, take a screenshot of these instructions. It's in Discord, but in order to add cake to your own project, you run where the solution is, you run .NET new tool manifest. And this is just so that you pretty much have something that's like a packages.manifest or like what's in the CS proj, for example. Yes, cake. Then you install cake. You could do this locally or globally too if you just want to .NET tool install cake tool -- global. You could do that. But it's if you have a project that you're essentially open sourcing or sharing with other people, it's best to do it in a manifest file. Add a build.cake file, and you can find an example of that both here in the forked project and in the one that I linked. And then I put some notes. Oh gosh. I put some notes in the forked project about how to run cake, the cake build. Oh, wait, it is here. I do have it here. All right. So here's an example cake file and how to add it to your own repository or your own solution. That's what I meant to say. Then the other thing to look at is in the contributing markdown. Here's how you run it, but also GitHub workflows, right? Here's a workflow that uses the cake build. So for everything that pushes to, she called her main branch core. So everything that pushes to core or is a pull request targeting core will run the cake build. And so this is the pipeline that you would add to your GitHub Actions that will run your cake build. Then here's an example of making the release that will actually publish to NuGet.org. And again, these were generated by Copilot. I did review them and tested them out to make sure that it at least runs. But of course, I don't have a NuGet key to publish to NuGet, nor am I planning on publishing her packages to NuGet, but it's there. Anyway, I thought it was really cool. And if you're interested in seeing the actual process of setting it up from scratch, the way that Foolish Snobble talked us through, then you can always check out the VOD, post it to YouTubes, or I think we still have it in our VOD history on Twitch for a while. How do I go to my channel? Your channel. And it was the community day from... It was a community day from... It had to be this one, right? We were talking about disk space, and so no, not this one. This one was talking about what games I play, giving some suggestions to Thindle for games to play next. But anyway, it's one of these. Is it you? It wasn't last week. This is last week's, man. Community day. So maybe it was this. Yeah, it's definitely this one. Okay, so community day plus workday stream episode 43. Here, copy, pasta. All right, fun times. Fun times. Yes. Pasta, pasta, pasta. What were we doing? The delete template dialogue. And why were we doing it? Because we love pain. Oh, maybe this will work. It's just that I have the wrong... Not convert bool. Oh, I was missing a parentheses inside of this. Oh, it's gonna work. There we go. Okay, so I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm doing it this way. Let's see. Do I even like this? So what I was thinking would happen is I would have this thing up here twice. Mapper state dot delete false return. So this here, if I didn't do the assign the template variable value here, I would do it here beneath the first check of can we parse the selected existing template ID as a GUID. And then I would pretty much do exactly the same thing for if the template found using that parsed GUID is null, then also do the toast. How did you end up? You're so weird sometimes. So I decided just to smush it all together in one if statement. Ooh. Ooh, thank you. Thank you. Yeah. I called it side project. I like yours better though. I like yours much better. Do you? Just gotta remember. Do it. Yeah. We'll remember. The problem is that I keep calling it a file import utility, a file import project. Exactly. Yes. And the next side project text will replace that side project text, whereas do will exist forever. Okay, so that's what I'm gonna do with this. If we don't have a selected template ID, side project 2, exactly. Actually, it's 0 base, so right now you are index out of bounds. So I'd probably throw an index out of bounds exception. If we haven't selected a template, or the template's ID that we selected is not actually a GUID, or the template that we selected was, or the template ID that we selected was a GUID, and when we did the lookup in our results, either the found template response was null, the returned object from the found template response, which is just here's all of your, here are all of your templates for the file that you have, was null, or there was no template ID loaded. And this ID here, by the way, is just a UI friendly ID. It's not the database ID. But there was no template returned that has that ID. So if any of those three are true, then we tell the user about it. There is no template to delete. And we hide this dialog and we do nothing else. Otherwise, we continue with everything else. We don't need to populate existing template stuff. So we're going to need this template here. Cool. So we're going to put you in a field. And we're going to use you. Ooh. Ow. Don't mind me. Everything's fine. Everything is okay. Name, template name. And how many characters are we putting to, why are you doing strong anyway? Do I really want that? I kind of want this to be a span. But I'm also adding a portion of the GUID. Right, and I know what I'm doing. I honestly, I may not look like it, but I know what I'm, what am I doing? Template. Question man. ID. ToString. Can I put the @ symbol out here then? Underscore template. Okay. ID ToString. So if we made it to ID, then we know that this isn't nullable, so we don't need to do a null check here. We just ToString and then index last 5 characters. And then we may as well start using some new lines so we don't have to keep scrolling over. Dang it. That's going to be such a long line. Are you sure you want to delete this template? Template. And then we are just displaying the yes, no buttons. And on confirm, the actual text that we want to use for confirm is delete. The actual button that we want to use for cancel is cancel, but also we want to change the CSS for confirm to be text danger, button danger, no, just button danger. And the cancel button, we can leave. I was thinking that it could be a link, but it makes more sense to let it be a full regular default button. So hopefully I do have a style for button danger. Otherwise, it's gonna be stupid. Why? Another thing I'm gonna steal. I think I'm making this much harder on myself than I should. I have some override template styles and some button styles and stuff, but I need to include them in all of the CSS for each of the individual components since this is a component library, and I wanted to use isolated CSS to take the pressure, take some responsibility. No, not even responsibility. Make it easier for developers to use the library. Meaning that when you want to use this library, the only thing you should have to do is reference the NuGet package, and you can use it. You can configure it if you want, but that's all. That said, there's a lot of bloated CSS that gets generated in the bundled CSS file because of the repeated CSS rules across the components. Maybe it would be better to have the consumer of the library require them to reference the CSS if they want to use the styles. So pretty much create a CSS file that has all of my core overall styles that aren't specific to the isolated component. So in this case, my overwritten dialog styles, this entire dialog container thing. And I do this in the core library as well, because again, I just want you to be able to go to NuGet, find my library, and reference it in your project, and now you have a data import utility with UI. If you so choose to use the UI. Pasta. More pasta. All right. Let's close this so I don't get confused. Pin you up there. Make it easier to navigate. And I think at this point we can get rid of all of you because everything we're doing is going to be in the code behind, aside from our styling. But we'll update the styles when we get to it. Except for the one selector, right? I wanted to change the confirm delete Tempalti wrapper. I'm finding myself being able to type the word template correctly if I say it the way that I normally spell it, because then I'll transpose the A and the L and it'll end up being, anyway. Moving on. We're done in there. Yeah. The pineapple juice helped for like 5 whole minutes. All right, let's find out what we don't need. We do need the handle state property change because we are looking for changes to the delete template visible and the delete template in progress. We don't need to worry about existing template selection. We do need to do confirm, but delete template in progress. All right, this is going to end up being a delete template request, which we're going to need to create a model. And actually, it's not even going to be that. It's going to be only an endpoint. So if we're on the client, it's going to do a HTTP request. That endpoint will be a HTTP delete, and it will expect the URL to have the ID of the template to delete. The question is, how can I make sure that users are only deleting templates that they have created? It'll be on the server side, and we have a way to get the current user that is making the request. That's how. Good answer. Thank you so much, team. You're so helpful. Okay, so new template. This is going to be the delete template response. If it was an error, we're not going to get a return object because HTTP deletes do not give a response body. Or do they? They might give a response body. But point is, we're just going to get... sorry, they do give a response body. They don't take a request body. The point is that we're just going to get whether it was successful or not. We don't need to check for any other return objects. Same thing here. And this is if we're, if we were creating a new or not. Awesome. Thank you for the shout out to Thindle, and TBD came back. I think I want to give up on this software development gig and go work at Starbucks. You keep saying that. Leave the software dev to spare time. If that brings you joy, I fully support you in your decisions. And if there's anything that I can do that I actually have the ability to do to help you achieve that, I would be happy to. Oh, we're doing this every time. This is in a finally. And apparently, I don't care about exceptions that happen during this process. Interesting. Oh, and no, that still doesn't make sense. Dugasoft. That one belongs in a joke book. That one was hilarious. Burnout is not cool. You are absolutely correct. Master Rat was suggesting I've been burnt out so many times, change jobs if you can. And TBD is agreeing with that. I'm agreeing with it. It's what I did. And I found some freedom. And I still get stressed and annoyed at coding things, but I enjoy every minute of it. So, can recommend, can agree. Okay, we aren't using any of those anymore. Refreshing dockable toolbar. All right, this is no longer called. We can get rid of you. Delete template request is null. Delete template in progress. False. Refresh dockable toolbar. We are still calling this? What? From where? From whom? Oh, from further down, which we aren't calling this. Which means that we aren't calling this. Cleaned. And I believe with that, the only thing that we need to do is create our method for doing the delete. So I'm going to go ahead and create the stub that says delete template. What did I call this one? Yeah, so just the verb for what we're doing, delete template. And we're going to send it the delete template request. Oh, I guess it's more than one thing than just stubbing out the method and filling in the details. We actually need both. You're going to be a response model base with no body, not a thing. We also need the template request model. And the template request model is going to be a, oh, not using you, is going to be a delete template request. Need to create it. The way that I'm going to create it is by finding this first, so I don't have to go look for it. And then Shift F2 while this file is open to create it. And this is also incorrect. The only thing that we need in our delete request, dang it, is the ID for the template we want to delete. Dagnabbit. We don't need a template request. We need a template ID, which will be stored in our underscore template. We can get it from here. So if underscore template is null, then we can do underscore template dot ID, which is going to be a GUID. 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 Very, very good. You get it. Very good. There is no template request. Right. There is one more thing. If we delete the template, we need to clear the selected template from other place. State. Selected existing template ID equals, you're nullable, right? Right. Not if. Why am I doing if? Does anyone know why I'm doing if? So we are unselecting the ID. That's going to suck because what if the save as dialog is open? That's the template that's selected. Who cares? We don't need to plan for that. We'll deal with it as it happens. Terrible idea. So I'm stubbing out the method for the service. We don't need to do anything there. Oh, I love the emoji. It's a canny dev emoji. You're worth more than a gig in my book. So nice. I took way too long to get to gig. My brain isn't working. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay, DVD. Oh. I was tempted to explain the joke, but I thought it was good enough. Oh, right. This is just re-getting the template. We don't need to do that. Clearing out that. And the reason that all I'm doing here is returning if the request errored, if we got a response that was an error back, is because we're displaying the error in the dialog itself. I have a super stress headache. That sucks. I'm so sorry. I think someone is trying to remove my eyes. That sounds terrible. I hope it gets better. And I always recommend palming your eyes, even if you don't have a headache, but palm your eyes, which means just make a little cup socket so you aren't directly pressing on your eyeballs, but use your palm to place around your eyes, especially if your hands are warm already. So if you rub them together and you place them on your eyes, and then you keep your eyes open and try to look as far into your palm as you can, and that'll help relax some of the pressure. And you do it for about 30 seconds, and then you move on with your day. So it's good for your eyes, good exercise, good practice. Keep your eyes healthy. Okay, I think we are cleaned up. The only things that we have imported or injected are things that we're using. And the reason, again, that we're using the service provider inject here is because the iLab data import state is optional. It doesn't have to be dependency injected. And if it isn't dependency injected, the first place that we look is for a cascading parameter for the state. If we don't have that, we look for it from dependency injection. If it isn't there, if it's null, then we create a new one just for this component by itself. Okay, so that is our confirmed delete. We have the method stubbed for delete template that takes a GUID, returns a response model, and we're done with this component. So let's go ahead and push the changes for related to this component. What are you? What are your changes? Right, I renamed a variable. So that's going to be important. So yes, setup confirm delete dialog with some other changes. And so now all we have to do is implement the method. This will be the last thing that we do for today. And it's going to be great. Okay, so the way that I structure my services is I have an interface that my component library uses, and it doesn't care about how it gets done. It just knows here's the thing that I can ask for, and here's the thing that I'm going to get back when I ask it to do this. This is because we have the application, at least in dev. I need to figure out what's going on in production. But in dev, we have the application running as render mode auto, which means that it can run as both Blazor server or Blazor WebAssembly. And if it runs as Blazor WebAssembly, we don't have access directly to stuff like the database connection or file services on a server somewhere. So I have two versions of the interface implementations, one that's run when we're calling it from a client and another that's being run when we're calling it from a server. This also means that if I decide I ever want to make this a MAUI application, I can use the exact same library. It'll just use the client implementations to do the HTTP request to the API. And I need to make sure that the API accepts requests. So a little bit of work to be done on the API part, but it's still the same service that gets called. It's just the application would be configured in a way to make sure that it can actually do calls to the API and that the API will respond to those. Okay, ¿qué más? What else? We are implementing this. So I'm going to close everything else that we don't need currently. We're going to go to, oh, we also need to style. I need to leave that open because I'm going to forget otherwise. Because these styles should be the same. I think it's going to be styled just fine. I think it's going to be styled just fine. Let's actually take a look at it. We can't because we need to at least stub out the delete template methods. In the services. Okay, easiest way to get to the service, in my opinion, is to click up here, tell it to sit, click up here for the other one, and you can tell one is for the client, the other is for the server, and we just need to tell it to implement the interface. Got put way down here inside of the helpers. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. And this is probably one of those areas where I could do a better job of properly splitting up the code. Pretty much everything to do with any API call is handled by this service, as opposed to having a service that's explicitly or specifically for templates, working with templates. Another one that's specific for working with uploading the RTrack data. Another one that's specific for something else. But for now, it's all in here. Yeah. I apologize to anyone that this offends. As per usual. Okay, so they are stubbed out. we should be able to run the app now so that we can see what it looks like. What our delete, oh no, oh my gosh, how am I skipping so many steps? In our save as dialog, let's add a button here. Oh, I won't be able to add it to the footer. That sucks. I'm just gonna put it here for now. Here's a button. O&L button. Where's my O&L button link? That's the one. And for now, we'll just do cross. Isn't it called cross? It's called times. And we'll also make it text danger. And, oh, yeah, I'll just leave it like that. On click, we need a handler for handle delete template clicked. Copy. Handle before handle cancel. Makes sense to me. It's pretty arbitrary, so don't ask. I have no idea. If mapper state string is null or white space, mapper state dot selected template ID, then do nothing. Otherwise, mapper state dot delete visible is true, and that's it. That should pop up the dialog from there. We need the dialog somewhere to be able to see it. One thing at a time. And we want it to be on top of the save as, so I'm going to put it further down in the DOM. What I might need to do though is to explicitly put a z-index on the save as template versus the confirm delete template. Yeah, everything is as it should be. And you are tied to the delete template progress. Delete confirm delete template dialog visible. All right, now we should be able to see this. So he says confidently. I guess one more thing while we're waiting for it to run is this will only show if, and you'll notice that I am still doing all of the checks to make sure that the existing template ID is populated. Even though I'm doing all of these UI things to do stuff like only show this delete button if there is a selected template ID in memory in state. Okay, it loaded. We will pick a file. We will show, we'll load a template. We'll show the save as dialog. And we now have an X positioned exactly where I wanted it to be. Terrible. And so if I have create new and I click it, nothing happens. It should have disappeared. I'm not exactly sure why it didn't. But if I have a template selected and I hit X, nothing happens, just like I expected. Just like I always said. You're too cool for school, you ain't got no friend. Why? Why? I am looking for elements to see if maybe it did render, but it's just behind the save as template dialog. It did not render. We would see something that says delete template wrapper or something like that. There is no template to delete. Interesting. It didn't show the toast. It didn't show the toast while this was open and I pushed the delete button. Interesting. Okay, well that'll be fun to figure out. But let's just see if we can get it to show. I'm going to guess that the change that I made didn't hot reload because we wouldn't have seen the template ID delete button. Sorry, we wouldn't have seen the delete button otherwise. Delete button is still there, and there is no selected template ID. Excuse me, can you tell me what the selected template ID is then? Oh my gosh. I didn't check Copilot's work because I am trying to wrap up the stream. I inverted the F, as I usually do anyway. Had Copilot not done it, I would have done it. Okay, so no template is selected. Now a template is selected. I hit the delete button, and we're still not getting it to pop up. And we'll delete clicked. If this one is not inverted, if string is null or white space, selected template ID, then return otherwise. Let's do a console write line showing delete dialog. Might help if we had the console open to be able to see this. I think we're still running in Blazor server because I didn't refresh, but we can see here in console that it is going to show the delete dialog. We got past the if. In the confirm delete dialog, what are the chances? Confirm delete dialog visible is not the thing that I'm setting to true. Kind of low. In fact, I'd say it's 0. Okay, so we're setting the right thing to true. And in the confirm delete dialog, we are using that to determine whether we're going to render. Same thing with the actual templated question, dialog question. So we should have at minimum seen div confirm delete show up in the DOM. We're not seeing it anywhere. Does it need to re-render? No. Okay, here's the other thing that we need to check then. In the confirm delete dialog, whatever this is called, uninitialized, we need to check for console write line. Let's do an interpolated string, and we'll say, all right, so this is not inverted. This is not inverted. This is not inverted. Okay. We are looking for template ID. I mean, state template ID. We are looking for parsed template ID. I'm going to do it this way. TG, question mark, TG, otherwise failed. And finally, we're going to see if getting the template for TG is not null. I need another parentheses around you. And if you are null, or no, actually we're going to do question mark dot template name else null. Oh, question mark null. Okay. Let's see then. Why did you show up? I'm assuming, like, my main assumption is that we need a state is changed on the layout page, but that still doesn't explain why it's telling us that there was no template. It's giving us this toast. Okay, where did I put our console? So state ID. What I meant was, give me the actual ID, please. But anyway, so we're gonna get the ID there. This is the parse ID, and the found template is null. Surprise. Oh my gosh. I put that there as a placeholder. Don't use placeholders, kids. Okay, so that, oh, I guess we need to look at this. That did nothing because we were disconnected, most likely. So, rerun. This is going to be the last thing that I do, but man, we got so close. We got close. The only things left to do for this after we get the dialogue to show up and the confirm button to work and some styling on it would be, dang it, I didn't mean to actually load the template, whatever. So once I get this thing to display, which it's still not displaying, is to fill in the logic for the server side. Wait, showing delete dialog, but we didn't get the console logs. Yeah, so here it is. This is pretty much telling me that we need to do a status changed in the main layout because even the uninitialized didn't happen. Did I not actually tell you to compile your SAS either? What we'll go ahead and just do right now, because it's only going to take a second. He says confidently. Is in our data import layout on initialize. We have our state, we have state property changed. Wait, I do have it in here though. No, I don't. Or property name is delete visible. So that's one thing. And the other one is let's go ahead and implement the client side. So when we do the delete request, I will want to do a HTTP post or HTTP delete, sending the API user templates ID, and the message that we're going to get back in any of the errors, it's going to replace like the standard message that says failed to, and then the rest of it's going to be delete the user template. Just like I have on all of these. Oh man, and I want to add a cancellation token to the request that I can forward. Can you, oh, I was going to say, can you not cancel HTTP deletes? But you can. It just has other potential parameters that we could have specified. Since I added it here, this is no longer implementing the interface, so I'm pulling it up to the interface and adding it to this implementation, the server side. Then in our fast endpoints, we're going to add to our endpoints for the lab data service, lab data endpoints. Server. Lab data endpoints, the HTTP delete. Sure. Do you know that we're going to do the delete? Yep. F and A, this is insane. Oh my gosh. Okay, HTTP delete. Authorize, yes, we still need authorized roles. And public, BitGamey, not now. I'll fix it for you, I promise. I'm wrapping everything up. I don't know why it didn't work for you. Oh, it did. That was the first chat to the LLM. That's what happened. Okay, so we're making sure that the user is a valid user, that they are authorized, and then forwarding the request to the server-side implementation. That's how I implement my client-side logic. HTTP request to my server, to my API. My API is a dumb controller type thing, type situation, so these are fast endpoints. And we pretty much just inject a lab data service and forward the request to that lab data service implementation. The server side is going to be the one that does all of the database work. There are some things that are going to trip me up that I'm going to forget about because we didn't actually get to them today, and I thought we would have. One of them is that when we delete this, we need to remove it from where is our successful delete? Remove the deleted template from the states found templates. Also remember to update the save as template dialog to remove the deleted template and select nothing, so it doesn't give us exceptions and errors. So this is a to-do that I'm going to do when I get back to this. But that's it for today. It was really cool. We made a lot of progress, made some choices on where to go next, did the things, and got a lot done. So I'm really, really happy about that. That is a fake message, I'm sure. I just got a fraud alert text from my bank, and I don't even have a card from my bank, let alone a card with that number. So I need to check on that. I need to waste my time doing that now. Yay! Okay, but thank you so much for being here. Thank you for all the fun. Thank you for being amazing. I'm going to go to the ending screen as soon as I lurk on your channel. And I lurk on, oh, Omni finished. Omni rated us before. I was going to rate him back. Dang it. Cheater. So these are all people that I want to work on now. I don't think it is. But then again, it is my bank. It's just weird that it's... It's just weird. I don't know. I don't know what to do with it. I'll look at it though. Yeah. I mean, it is also possible, but no, my wife would have used the credit card. Anyway, thank you all for being amazing. Thank you for being wonderful. Thank you for being awesome. Thank you for being here, sharing your time with me and allowing me to share my time with you. I really appreciate you all being here. I'll be back again on Friday for Community Day. I'll be back on Friday for Community Day, and we will have some great discussions, I'm sure. Until then, I am going to pick a raid target. If anyone has any raid suggestions, feel free to throw it out. Otherwise, we're going to... Waiting for any suggestions. We're going to... It's weird, I can't type with one hand. We're going to shout out Dukasoft is what we're going to do. Dukasoft will stream again eventually when the weather is better and he's able to record some footage and has time to edit the footage. Definitely, please be patient. Please be understanding. But also be excited because his streams are fantastic when he does have one. Exclamation point tease. So it's a very, very enjoyable time. Since I got no recommendations for who to raid, we're going to go ahead and raid Sedlix. So Sedlix's stream is marked as nice. There, I teased. Sedlix's rated stream is marked as for mature audiences. If you are not of age, please do not join us. Otherwise, feel free to join us. He really doesn't curse very often at all. I think that's the only reason that he has the mature audiences tag. He wants to allow for adult content on occasion, but he really doesn't go there very often, if at all. Just a great streamer, great person overall. Watch him as a talking robot head, and when he has deflux there, so be careful. Extra care is required. Thank you. But thank you again for being here. VODs will get posted to YouTube after I'm done streaming, and we'll be back again on Friday for Community Day, 10:30 a.m. Mountain Time, UTC -7. What the deflux? All right. Ciao for now.